All right, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? You made it a just type. All right, I just took some SPY 741 puts. 175. That's funny. Alex, can you hear me? Let's see what's going on here. Testing. Not exactly sure. Can you guys hear me in Discord? Okay, cool. All right, I just want to make sure. Okay, so I took SPY 741 puts. We're at 175. They're up 27% right now. Okay, let me go ahead and fix X and YouTube really quick. I'm currently holding on to these. So Tesla literally just knife dropped all the way through my demand zone. That's not good at all. So it stopped out my trade I took this morning. There's some demand here, but overall, I think this is going to fight its way to sub 300. Another thing I'm looking at is the mega cap chart. This was an inverse head and shoulders. The fact that this broke down, it is down negative 4.5% on the day, while SPY and QQQ is down 1.4%. SPY's barely down 1%. I think that grinds lower into the day. We are already up 50% on those puts, guys. I think we breached this low a day. This is not good. Currently, AMD just rallied back to its opening price range, I think this is an easy short right now. Um, let me look. I'm going to take a 510 tomorrow expiration put at 275. I just want to see what kind of happens here. I'm actually going to set a timer for 15 minutes on that one, just because it's so far out of the money that if it doesn't start doing what we want early, it'll die to decay. So even if we're not green significantly in 15 minutes, if it doesn't start showing weakness, I'm just going to get out of that. I just want to see if AMD dies today or next week. Another thing I'm looking at is, okay, so this is a bullish clue, this purple line that's at. It's possible we could find a little bit of support here. Oh my God, Tesla's literally fucking dying. 329. Just knife dropped all the way down. Let me see my indicator. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I literally, one second. I still haven't turned on anything with X rather other than my audio. Down negative 12%. Ooh. Let's see what we're looking at here. Index is grinding lower. All right. All right. Still in the short puts. I'm going to go ahead and trim about a third of this right now just to get in some profit. Closing that at 248 for 54% profit. All right. This is, there should be some type of rally here, I feel like. Especially this. That's double demand. Yeah. What all died? People just flopping. Yeah, as warned, it's mainly mega caps. Let's see what the rest of the market's doing. China's barely red. Miners are saying hold my beer. Higher high on Mara. MSTR breaking down. Let's see what that ADL looks like. I really don't like how that's showing so much weakness. Jesus. Yeah, miners are really just not giving a fuck. Bitcoin's risk is literally all the way down here, guys, like to the low 60,000. So we got to be mindful of that and be careful. There we go. All right, so we locked in our profit on SPY. I'm going to let this ride. I need to clean this up. That was... Interesting. Yeah, this is entirely a surgical move on the mega cap so far. It just further justifying that this is like rotation. Money's leaving the mega caps because they were in such a long bull market that it's finally starting to distribute maybe into the other names and the other, well, the rest of the market, the other 90% of it. We'll see if that thesis plays out based on low a day. All right, SPY new low. QQQ trying to make its way there. I need to keep the mega cap chart needs to be front and center right here. It's found support here in this area every single time, dating all the way back to what, March 18th, 2025, maybe even further. Yeah, so this is the bull market band, the purple line. Even here, it made a pit stop, right? Made a pit stop. Did we go lower? Yes, but we churned sideways for 1 to 2 weeks. Churned sideways for a couple days. Complete reversal here. This is a little worrisome though, because this is literally the April low or the March low, and we're so close to it. If this clean breaks this without any type of hiccup like previous times, that's very concerning for the market. Let's see what VIX is doing. I've been waiting for VIX to go up to the $20 to $20.50 range just to do a market reset. I think we should go for that. I think the indexes will find a little bit more pressure, or if they don't and they just churn sideways while VIX kind of pops up here another dollar, then that will be possibly a bottom clue. But Tesla down to 326. This thing is literally going fast, just melting. This right here is going to be the buy. Every single one of these has been 100% plus moves in Tesla to the upside. We still got room to go. That says sub 300 right there. AMD has not, I repeat, this is very big, has not had any daily closes over 350, 355-ish, except this one, and it was a gap down the next day. So if we literally look at yesterday, this says that this candle should end red. If the last 2 months is meant to play out the same, this candle ends red, which means we sell off by end of day. If we close above this daily close yesterday of 551, then that will be a bullish clue that this is just healthy rotation. And even though names like Microsoft, well, no, Microsoft's not doing bad today. Tesla down negative -12%, Amazon -3%, Google -6%, even though these names are literally getting decimated, even though the mega cap name is literally down -4.5%, which is massive. Look at that gap down. The money's flowing back into something else. It's not a good day to be a tech bull, I can tell you that. Everybody on X was so bullish too. So bullish. The analyst Tom Lee kept posting the bullish seasonality chart for tech going into the end of the month, and everyone was just regurgitating it, all the large 300,000 plus accounts. Those puts are sitting at 57%, guys. You could literally close them and be done with the day. The goal here is to not be greedy. So I have the latency set up for over 15 seconds on X and YouTube. And then I can barely get TikTok to work half the time. I don't know what their problem is. I literally don't make any type of changes, and sometimes it lets me stream, and sometimes it doesn't. But anyways, and then with Discord, you guys have less than 1 second delay. But anyways, the goal with the day trades is to not trade over 3 times. I'm ADHD as fuck, so I like to play the stock market like it's a video game, and it's not good because it always ends and loses. So the idea is to not trade more than 3 trades a day. The idea is to really not hold a position over 1030. The number one rule in my day trading that I'm going to incorporate is if it is past 1030 and your position goes red, you close it and you're done for trading. Because after 1030, it's really sketchy. And there's also like a 1030 strategy where if you mark the high and low of the day of the session at 1030, typically it picks a direction at it. So if your bias was the opposite and it starts breaking out at 1030, then you're literally going to just hold a loser. And the volatility is so slow after 1030 that like you'll just keep making excuses, thinking that it'll reverse because it's such small movements, and then they'll grind it, they'll churn it, they'll get some liquidity, and then they'll gap it up, and then all of a sudden you're down 30% of the position. Okay, so we're sitting there with those SPYs. I'm really sitting with this AMD right now, and it's just sitting there, and that 15-minute window's about to hit. So you can see a basing attempt at this mega cap chart right here. You can just literally look at the market. You know, what's happening. We're starting to find a rounded bottom. At least it's trying to. I'm going to pull my other charts up. Tesla's actually doing a descending resistance, descending support breakout. You could literally go long here as a day trade. I already have 2 positions open, so I'm not doing this. But starting to break out. If you took it right here on the first green candle, you'd already be up $1.50, $2. Time and time again. I'll keep showing this. Just patience. But man, it broke down there. It's in high time frame supply. Like if I pull open the volume profile, that's a lot right there. That's how many weeks is that? 3 months. Let me actually just go to the monthly chart. 2 month. Yeah, all of this consolidation right here. Is there any moving averages? No, there's not. No, there's not. Oh, wow, there's just nothing. The measured move is down here, as you can see, around the 300 level. It's also sending support for the 2024 low. That's the measured move. So if we go over here, it's actually down here. So it's like 290. That's what I'm looking for. So I'd like to see. But if we just do this and then go, where's the volume? Did I delete it on accident? Apparently so. If you took that breakout on Tesla, by the way, I wouldn't hold it. So what that is, you're taking a 1 minute breakout descending support. Now you can have a longer trade, but I wouldn't look for some massive trade here, right? It was up $2. That's an easy trade. Hit the first line of resistance. You're seeing a rejection here. You could literally close that for a little bit. What happened to my profile? Hmm. Yeah, you can see it right there. Big demand zone right here. Typically, if you were to do the demand zone invisibly, okay, so now it's just going to become not so pretty. Okay, Tesla's making the higher high on that breakout. But essentially, let's see, you do the demand zone or supply zone, because this is a volume profile. That's a demand zone. So, price action shouldn't really go past the 61, especially the 78%. If it breaks through this, it's going to break through. And it's kind of gotten through it, which once again, I don't think this is the bottom. I think this is a pit stop. We might rally and recover, half of today's drop, but I think we go lower. But that's the idea. It's like if you find a demand zone, which was right here, that's what this 343 here was. Let me just show you that. So I took that public trade with a tight stop loss. I took it at 352, 351 ish at the top of this demand zone. And I said, I lose confidence at 343, which is the halfway mark. And I was going to reduce my position by half, and then I was going to close it with the break of. And that's what I did. I risked 1/4% with half my position, and then 2% with other half. Very minimal for me to say, hey, I did the post this morning, guys. I hope you guys read that. I said, hey, this looks very bearish. It looks like the market's about to fall off a cliff and crash. I didn't tell X that. I told them to be careful. But in Discord, I said, hey, listen, this looks like it's a crash. You might want to not be too long and be very quick to cut your losers, right? And what do we have today? Oh, SPY about to make a new low. QQQ about to make a new low. Microsoft about to break down. Like, you guys got to realize that, like, right now, even though everything else is bleeding, Microsoft is at my rejection level and AMD is at my rejection level. They're not support levels breaking, they're at rejection. So they have the highest probability of having a big decline right here. SPY really trying for it. Let me zoom out really quick. It's such a large move that my zones are no longer valid. So you can see this low sweep. Let's make sure that that's accurate. Let me remove this fucking ugly thing. I don't know why I even have that colors. So you can see this ascending support. This is a glitch right here, but I don't know. That's so sketchy. Most glitches only show on one time frame. This shows literally on the weekly. But that was like an unprinted candle. And you can see, look at that. I don't get that. I really don't. Very sketch. But with that being said, I think the next attempt to support is this ascending support right here. Right? We could see, if they wanted to get really disgusting with it, we could see a support here, a rally all the way to this ascending support break. You can see this ascending support break right here. Actually, it's a lot better if I do the 24-hour. And let me remove all these moving averages. It's so cluttered that you guys can't see anything. You can see that ascending support break literally in the middle of the night. And that's when I started making a post. By the way, I'm like literally getting shadow banned. No, I'm not looking at any specific names. There's money to be made in the market, and I'm literally telling you the market's crashing. So individual names are not safe. Right now, I will say that crypto, sorry, William, I'll do like chart requests maybe around lunchtime, but right now I need to really focus on the macro analysis because the macro analysis is going to move the entire market. So if the indexes break down further from here, it's probable that the crypto miner space start actually feeling this too, and then they get reversaled. If the indexes find support here, crypto miners will power up even more. Everything else will reverse. So what's most important is the macro analysis, and that's what I'm trying to watch. Microsoft starting to break down. Just broke pre-market low. When these descending supports break out, that's going to be the reversal attempt. Bulls are going to have their fair try to reverse the day. Like, what is with this? This is so annoying. Oh, wait. Was it because 24-hour? Yes. Oopsie. But even then, look. Like 6 months ago, TradingView started doing this random thing where it legitimately like changes all of my lines every time I change timeframes. It makes everything so inaccurate now. It's so sketchy. It's like Wall Street paid them to do something, or maybe I'm just an idiot. All right, that's good enough. Another push on lower day. AMD's finally starting to show a little bit of weakness. My thesis on AMD, right? So this could literally be an immediate bottom if AMD starts closing near high day at the end of the day, and we see a curl in the market. It could just be healthy rotation. if the funny thing is though, if miners weren't ripping, I wouldn't have a bullish thesis at all. I'd be like, oh, everything's going to crash and burn. But since you see some names rallying, it's like, oh, is that healthy rotation? I mean, that's a hard thing to judge because nothing else is rallying except crypto. $4 drop in Microsoft. Can we get that with AMD? I've been like wrong trading AMD and Microsoft every day this week. I short AMD, Microsoft dumps. I short Microsoft, AMD dumps. SPY and them are starting to really develop a base here. So this is either going to be a bull flag or sorry, a bear flag or a reversal attempt. The descending resistance will tell you all you need to know. Yeah, look at that. Oh, I'm just blind. Let me put my glasses on. I thought that was 381. So QQQ showed more weakness here. Where are we at? So we're looking at maybe this area. I'm closing those buy positions completely. All right, I just closed them. I'm holding AMD longer than I should, so I just want to take that profit on average of over 50%. It's 50% on the day on the one trade. I still have the AMD trade taken, but I'm going to wait to see if we get. I really hate holding positions past 10:30. Mm-hmm. Bunch of reject here. Yeah. Oh, now you want to break down? That would be a lot of money left on the table. Sorry if that just rejects right there, guys. I'm gonna take a spy or a Tesla 322 tomorrow expiration call. I just took it and let me see what I bought that for. Bought it at 570. Up 6%. Honestly, I'm only looking for like this SR flip right here. That should give us 20 to 30%. Oh fuck, I'm not even showing you guys, sorry. Do I even have Tesla on screen? No, I do not. I mean, all right, I'm only looking for this 325.60. Up 6%. I got it in the money just because this is a very crazy trade. But it's down 13%. This is very unnatural. Like the parabolic volatility names are like for Tesla, I think is like around 11 to 12%. So this is out of the range. So we should rubber band up a little bit. So that's the 322.50 tomorrow expiration. 570 is what I bought it at. Up 10%. Squeeze it, Tesla. Okay. Descending resistance breakout attempt here on the mega cap chart. I think this breakout happens this time. We're just now hitting 1030. There's the breakout attempt on the mega cap chart. QQQ should follow. Tesla should help with this a little bit. Just being stingy, barely seeing 8%. Come on, Tess. I'm only asking for $2, buddy. So that ascending support on the larger time frame is right here. They might just push it down there before taking it higher. Yeah, this is looking like it's just following the red cloud. Come on, Tesla. There we go. Closing at 680. All right, close for 19% profit. We hit the level. Possible it goes higher. I don't care. That's 2 for 2. A 45% win and a 19% win. That's 2 trades. One more, I got the AMD. Actually, I closed this earlier. I should I do this? I closed my runner on SPY. You said we got an immediate rejection though from the SR flip on Tesla, guys. Nice and easy. I'm gonna buy a 742 SPY put when we hit this gold line up here. 742 SPY put. If we hit it, that's the 50% marker. God, that'd be annoying if it goes all the way up there, but it shouldn't. You guys seen the clue from the breakout reversal, right? From the mega cap chart. We knew it was coming before it came. Okay, so SPY shouldn't have retraced that much. If it makes a new low here, I think it makes a new low of day. AMD's starting to try to break down. Microsoft's continuing to break down. So the only thing I'm in now is the 510 tomorrow expiration AMD put. There we go. AMD breakdown. Microsoft was the clue yesterday to take the market down. I think SPY and QQQ go under the 40 or the 31 RSI on the 4 hour by tomorrow close, which means they have to go lower. So far on the week, I'm 8 for 9 with trades, guys. 1 loser, 8 wins. If Tesla sweeps this low and then SPY goes into this buy zone again, I might take one more trade to the long side with Tesla. It'd be even better if Tesla like holds its ground and barely drops. AMD is so resilient. Taking another Tesla. Tomorrow expiration 322.50 calls. Damn it, it didn't fill. I had it order at 510. It didn't fill. All right, I ordered it. I bought it at 510. Let's see what happens here. Up 6% already. Up 10%. What'd you say? It should rally to the white line. I'll close it there. I'm not going to be greedy. This one we could see maybe a rally to 330, but I'm not going to test it. I'm just going to take a 15% win, and then that's 3 trades. And then I'm going to sit on AMD for a minute. Looking for a big engulfing green candle to trap all these people. Come on, make it picture perfect. Let AMD drop while Tesla rallies. Give it to us. AMD's up like 6% on the option. Michael, mute your mic, please. Squeeze it. Squeeze it. There you go. Oh, come on. I was being greedy. I was trying to close it there, but I was asking too far out of the money. This is feeling a little heavy. I'm gonna just get out. I'm closing it at 8% profit. It might go higher, but it's trying too hard. Oh, there you go. That's why. If we sweep that low, I will literally re-enter. Like, I think there's a bigger move coming, but it just seems like it's struggling. Yeah, that was weak. How much was that? 4. 8%. I mean, not terrible. All right, I'm gonna do SPY 737 call here. I'm entering at What's going on here? Whoops. All right, entered at 224. It might sell off more. It's going to go all the way to 736 though. Sub 300 for Tesla, other than like a day trade. Oh. Sorry, guys. Should have just held the original short position. It would have made a lot more. What was that? Another $2 drop. Taking an additional ad on that SPY call. $183. Cost basis is now 202. AMD put is up 17%. There went the AMD dump. All right, I sold the AMD put for 20% at 340. I think it might go lower, but I'm in this buy call, so I just want to reduce risk. Also wanted to take another Tesla call. I bought a Tesla 320 250 tomorrow expiration at $5. That AMD is probably going to keep selling off. Yeah, it is. Look at that. It's actually going to capitulate. Yeah, I shouldn't have sold that. I'm going to. What's going on here? Why isn't it letting me do that? Oh, it's annoying. I just sold 2/3 of my SPY calls at an 8% loss. I just don't like the price action. And Tesla just made a new low. The reason why I'm doing this is because I'm up pretty good and I don't want my losses to take back my win. So by reducing my position size, if I do take a loss here on even both of these trades, then it'll only take like 30% of my trade. I don't want to see SPY make a new low from here, like 780, and I'm just cutting this third that I have left. Oh, would have went green right there, but it's okay. Okay, up 8% on the SPY, the other third, because of the lowered cost basis. All right, I'm closing it. All right, so I just took I closed that one in the profit by about 10%. So I only took like a 3% loss on the 2/3 that I just sold. The only thing I'm left holding is the Tesla call. I want to look for another attempt on 325, but if we make a new low day, I'm closing it. As you can see, it's hitting this resistance. I really think Tesla's going to at least attempt like a $4 move somewhere around here, negative 14%. I'm not going to close it yet. This is just such an outlier. $14% is such an outlier move for Tesla. %50 retracement. Okay. So we're now out of the money. As much as I want to have a thesis, I can't hold a thesis like this too long. Oh, okay. So SPY just hit that 161. That's actually what I was targeting. So now let's see if we get the reversal here. Okay. I'm going to let this play out a bit. All right, I'll be back in about 5 minutes or so. All right, guys. So we're getting that turnaround. Um, I'm gonna let this play out a little bit longer. Give me another minute. Well, not another minute. Give me another 5 minutes. I'm gonna run to the store about a half mile away and grab an energy drink. I'm tired. And then when I get back, I'll do chart requests. Okay. And yes, the MSTR did hit my ascending support and demand zone, so that could be an entry if you're looking to long it. Um, is it almost 12 o'clock? I need to see this 12 o'clock. I'll show you this really quick. Everyone look at this SPY on the left. One of the main things to look at is this 4-hour RSI has marked the bottom. Let me unclutter this for you guys. This 4-hour RSI marked the bottom here, here, and here for a second half of the day rally. So it's possible if we rally a little bit and come up here that we see that in the second half of the day. But if this happens, I think we go lower tomorrow. So that's why I flipped out of my shorts and I have this Tesla call. I'm looking for 325 or let's say 323. Yeah, let's do 323. If you see 323 on the Tesla call, close it. Don't wait for me, okay? Because I'm going to be looking at it on my phone. But if it hits 323, even 322.75, don't be greedy. You don't need the whole move. You just need the meat of it, right? So if it hits that, get out of there. And then interesting. Yeah, and then if SPY for some reason rallies to like 739, 740, you could take a short, but don't take today's expiration. I would do like next Tuesday so that you don't risk as much of a loss on the downside. And yeah, so right now, what are we at? We're like 3 for 4, and the only loss we have is like a 3% loss. We're up very nice on the day. We're in a Tesla call, 322.75 and over, close it. If it makes a new low of the day, close it. I think we'll hit 322 at least. Minimal, I think we do. All right. Anyways, bear back in like 5 minutes, and then I'll do chart requests, and we'll talk about the overall macro analysis. All right, guys, I'm back. Let me see if this is working. All right, so I'm back right now. The Tesla trade closed at the 320, 275. I told you guys to sell that. Hopefully you sold that. It looks like the decayed it down. I barely made like 2 or 3% on that trade. The thing that I want to look at the most is, do you see this inverse head and shoulders? Do you see this inverse head and shoulders on QQQ? We've had how many of these this week? Like 4. Every one of them has failed. I don't trust this. I think we go to a new low. Yes, I think too. I think under 300 is when you start really adding money to Tesla, like heavy. Like, I mean, call me crazy, but I'm not joking. Under 300, and I'll pull off the equity in my house and I'll buy it, literally. As long as he doesn't die, you'll have a better return on investment taking the equity out of your house. And by the way, not financial advice. I've already done this multiple times. Tesla goes under 300, I'll be pulling the equity out of my house and buying Tesla shares. All right. Give me about 5 minutes, 8 minutes to settle in, guys, and then I'll start taking chart requests. If you guys could, please, if you appreciate my content, if you appreciated the trades I gave you today, I gave 4 trades, I think. You know, a 10%, 8%, 45%, 20%. No, that's 5 trades. Yeah, 5 trades and then 1 3% loss. If you appreciate that, please go to my profile and do something. Show appreciation. That's all I'm going to say. All right. So we're squeezing here. I might let me zoom out. Down 5% on the day. Oh my god. No, there's a bottom here somewhere. I don't believe it. Like, do you see this price action? Even in the bear in the 2025, there's sideways action here. This is probably going to be redistribution. Let's see the 2022. Yeah, look at that. This is what I want to see. This, I'm not joking, guys. This is what I want to see. I have a formula that I can't give out. It is, I backtested it 100 years and it has a 95% win rate. It happens maybe once a year and it's very close to hitting. When that all aligns, my Discord members I'll be so fucking loud. But in 2022, this is what I want to see. I would love to see one of these. I want to see a gap down in this area, then a rally. So if we get a gap down tomorrow, buy it. Oh man, I was talking. I was going to take a light put, which we should have just stayed short. By the way, guys, I did the math. We missed out on 150% on the SPY puts. Let's see, what's Tesla doing? Tesla got up to the 323 area that I thought we might be able to. Let's see what we're doing here. What is up with that collar? That's so ugly. I'll leave it alone. I don't want to get distracted. There we go. Oh, nope, don't do that. So low volume. Yeah, if we can get over the 324, we can shoot up to 326. And I don't believe AMD closes very high. What's that daily candle close look like? I think we find our ways back lower. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Look at this. Statistics, baby. I proved this yesterday. On the 12th of July, guys, I warned of this crash. On the 12th of July. I called every high and low last week and this week on SPY. Like, I'm sorry, I got to be a little bit of a narcissist here. Straight wild. Damn, we close those puts, the Tesla calls, and it ripping this time. It's okay though. How you lose is you get greedy. So we hit the 4-hour mark. So the 4-hour candle close is about to close. Let's see what it looks like on SPY and QQQ. What I would like to see is I would like to see a little bit further rally and then a sell off into end of day. So if we take this daily candle, the 50% is 739. I'd really like to not see SPY get over that. So let's see right here. We got a little bit of a volume gap. It goes up here. You got the VPOC up here around 739 as well. So around 730. No, there's no way. Let's do SR flip. I'm gonna play a little bit of a game here. I'm gonna take a single runner, okay? Because I was dumb and I didn't do the runner last time. And we're up significantly on the day. My trading account is up 25% on the day alone. Full portfolio percent up 25%. Let me see if I can find the resistance. No. Right there. There you are, baby. 738.78, which is right beside the red line that I was talking about. Exactly. I love it. Or the white line, sorry. Yeah. So if we can get a squeeze up to the 738.50, I'm going to take a 739 in the money put. The reason I'm going to do in the money is because it is midday and there might be a lot of sideways action, which means waste your fucking time action. Sorry. Gotta stop that. Who's that, Eddie? Elion Gomium leader? I don't even know how to pronounce what you just said. Elon. I mean, you're being greedy, Lebanese. It's under 30. Immediately, you start DCAing. Or sorry, under 300, you start DCAing. Are we going to get my level? Oh, no. Okay, we're good. All right, couple more minutes and I'll start doing all the chart requests you want. So I'm going to give you guys some information. All right. I'm going to give you some of what I told my Discord members this morning. I know what just happened looks like a good sell-off. Looks like everything's at a discounted price. Tesla's down 14% on the day. How amazing. You have to realize the risk here. If you literally just simply go all the way back to like July 11th and read every single post I made on X and how accurate I've been the last 2 weeks, like my level of accuracy is bar none. No one comes close to me on X. I'm not going to be humble. Fact check me. It's all public records. You have to be very careful because we are in a window where I said the stock market might crash. And a crash doesn't mean a discounted buy. You know, a crash means negative 20% plus on large or mega caps. It means 40 to 50 to 60% plus on small and medium caps. We haven't even seen that liquidation yet. Could this be healthy rotation? They're presenting it somewhat as so, but only in minors. So that's not really convincing to me. So you have to be aware of that. One second, guys. We're approaching that level. All right, and then where's that? It might go up there, but it's okay. So I'm literally buying one put, guys. All right. The time to do 10 and 15 contracts was this morning. I'm just going to do, this is lunch money, right? I'm going to go to dinner tonight. This single contract will decide how expensive I go on my date tonight. All right. At least give us a tag. Come on, tag the 30, the 49. Give me the tag. Oh man, Tesla just rallied all up to that 325. I'm sorry, guys. I went to the gas station. I was literally falling asleep. My bad on that. I sold it. I mean, if you guys are in it, then you guys are sitting pretty. If you did not sell it, sell your Tesla call right now. All right. If you did not sell your Tesla calls, sell them right now. Do not be greedy. You got lucky. You outperformed me. That's not the lucky part. The lucky part is it just kept going. Uh, but yeah, so it's rejecting my line. Let me show you guys so that you put some respect on it. I drew this line ages ago, right before I left, right? So respect it. You're getting a rejection here. Could it go higher? Sure. If we could go back to this supply zone right here, but this is also right as we are hitting that short zone that I wanted to short SPY at. So just be aware, be mindful. Oh, look at that, guys. Okay, we need to be careful. I'm not taking the short put. Do you see this? JK, not doing it. Not with the mega caps being down. Look at this. Right now, let's play a game. Without looking at the chart, let's see what happened the other times. All right. I'm gonna back up really quick and reassess everything. The last 3 times we hit this level was here, right? So then it half back rallied in the second half of the day. You see that? Then we got a big rally on this one. And then we got a big rally on this one. But these were at the end of the day. And wait, okay. So this is at the end of the day. This is on low volume after hours market manipulation. Let's look at this one. Well, right now we're getting the rejection that I was talking about. This one too. Wait, was that one as well? Sorry, guys. Give me a second. Yeah. Market manipulation. Okay, watch this. Market manipulation. Market manipulation, no volume. This one was on good volume. And then the curl happened. We swept the low though. You see that? We swept the midday low. So could we sell off and then rally? Yes. Right now we're seeing some strength. We're seeing what we would want to see. Man, with the mega caps being down so much, it's wild. I don't know. So this is the thing. We're kind of in the middle, and to take any trade is a reckless trade. You guys hear me on that? Being in the middle right now, taking any type of trade is a reckless trade. Because you have no justification other than rationalization, right? We're not in supply. Right. I guess technically we just did a break of structure on the smaller time frames. So a pullback to 737 right here, this little micro demand zone could be a buy. You could do that. And then the pivot low of 736.40. If you wanted to play small time frames. That's getting a little sketch, but you could definitely do that. All right, what we need to do is we need to do some charts because while we are in larger time frame demand, you know, while we're in major time frame areas, we need to see what is a discounted buy. All right, so let me go ahead and look through this stuff really quick. So if we're to remove, let me get rid of all this fuss. Let's do top down. Let's do the indexes into Bitcoin, and then I'll take single charts. If we were to look, guys, let me clean this up for you guys so you guys can see a little something, something. If SPY was to try to find a base somewhere, it would be right here. Okay. Remember, this candle is bullshit. It was fake. Gotta stop saying that. That candle was fake. It was a fake out. It was like a random print. And so you have the ascending support, and you see value here, respect here, and now we broke below it, and it's trying to find some respect here. I really think, yeah, Tesla's literally ripping to 326. I told you guys I should have played the parabolic candle range. Remember how I told you guys it's about 11 to 12% on average, and we were almost negative 15%. Like that was an easy knowledgeable thing. It looks like SPY's rallying into the overhead supply from earlier in the day. The purple line is the trend line, which is at 740.73. If we hit that, I'll short it. All right, anyways, so ascending support, if we're going to find support on the chart, this is like the last hope, right? Let's look again. My bullish thesis, and has been, we need to put some respect on this too, is QQQ cannot break the June low. I've been talking about that since June, right? Through all this mayhem, look at that. It never even broke it. Let me look at the mega cap chart. Down negative 5%. It did break the inverse head and shoulders, which is very not good. But this is a monthly demand zone, and we haven't tapped the supply zone for weekly. So it is very rare that you get just a breakthrough of monthly demand, especially on the mega caps. And it's trying to find a base here. Oh, man, this is tricky. This is very tricky. So SPY needs to bounce here if it's going to bounce here. That's on the candle chart, right? Let's see if I see anything else. On the RSI, we've found previous bottoms here, right? That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Now, given we can get one of these, this is what I really want to see. I want to see an overnight gap down of like 1.5% and then a freaking rip. That's what I would love to see. I want one of these under 30 RSIs on the 4 hour. We broke, well, it's still higher high, but that's a head and shoulders. That's not good on my custom indicator. We got a double bottom here, but that could be a head and shoulders. You can see head and shoulders likes to play out. Here's a failed one though. We really need to see what happens with Microsoft and AMD. Statistically, when Microsoft rolls over at minimum, SPY drops 3%. We didn't drop no 3% from Microsoft's rollover. Let's look at QQQ. QQQ is literally bouncing. It's like this low is literally your stop loss. All right. This looks like a 1-2. Okay, here we go. 1-2, possibly 3-4. If that's the case, 38 to 50 is the resistance zone for right here. So it cannot go over the 50% retracement. Should not. Preferably, it shouldn't even go over the 38, and the 38 is right in the bearish cloud. Hey guys, by the way, how about that 749 all week? Impressive? No? All right, not impressed? All right, tough crowd. Yeah, that sweep of this low and then into this demand zone would be nice. That's what I would like to see. And then also, let's see where we're at here. Oh, this is where I thought we would go. I thought we would hit this line. That's, and then if we dropped from close another 1.5%, guys, can't make that up. Remember, this is Head and Shoulders. QQQ is the pattern. Like, as much as I want to think that this is a tradable bottom, okay, I like to see that. As much as I want to see this as a tradable bottom, you guys have to realize that once again, this is in my zone of a crash, a market crash. It could be way worse. So at the very least, what did I say for the last 10 days? And what did I say almost every day in Discord? Own your swing trades, no options closer than 2027, no further out of the money than 20%. If you're day trading, treat it like a day trade. Do not hold it overnight. You could be screwed. You know, be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Be careful. Okay, so all in all, my conclusion right now is SPY is at a attempt at a tradable bottom. You can see that just based on literally the 4-hour RSI. My literal thesis on that is the 4-hour RSI. You've seen a response here every single time since June 23rd. What is today? Oh, that's ironic. Don't you just love algorithms? June 23rd was the last time we the beginning of this low. What's today's date? July 23rd. Love it. Love to see it. Anyways, it's going to make an attempt at a tradable bottom here. If we go red into the close, I think we gap down. Right? If this breaks this support level, because this is a support level, this is a 4-hour RSI support level since June 23rd. We break below this, it's going to go lower. Okay. It's going to attempt at a bottom here. The mega caps say that we should try to bottom here, but I'm really conflicted just because if the mega caps were going to be bullish, this inverse head and shoulder would have played out. Like less than 5% of traders look at this chart or even know how to even make it, to be honest. So this is like an invisible chart that has a lot of patterns that plays out. Like you can see this head and shoulders play out, right? This inverse head and shoulders play out. So this should have played out, but it didn't. And it was so perfectly aligned. Look at that. All the way to literally yesterday. So that's a little concerning, but we're in 2-day demand right here. There should be an attempt. I think there's going to be an attempt here today. I don't know how strong. But you guys have to really be mindful of what you're witnessing here, right? The market is breaking down. You can really get screwed. Okay. Like Microsoft is just now breaking down into sending support. If give me a second. All right. If AMD is any consolation to the previous 2 months, it should go lower, right? If AMD can actually rally to like 744, I'm going to retake a short there. I think at the very least it sells off. Google getting decimated. It's at its gold line. The gold line is the 2025 ascending support. So if it was going to find support here, it would be right here. Let's see. I think it goes lower. Yeah. You know, this correction isn't going to be just one day. That's my bias. Can we get some intraday rallies here? Yes. But I think we see lower ultimately. We could see a quick, like a complete meltdown into the end of the month where the rest of the mega caps are, report like between the 28th and the 1st. Meta breaking down. Like I look like a genius right now. Every single name that I warned of. Every name. Oh, look at that. Sweep that low. Oh. I warned of this sweep right here. The 120 sweep. And then rocket. Interesting. I bought Oracle 120 tomorrow expirations. I just want to see if we do power up into the end of the day, if this finds any type of strength. At the very least, I think we could hit this 122 area, this SR flip. So I bought some Oracles 120 tomorrow expiration. Oh, I need to put back all my stuff. Oh, no, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this. All right, everything's back. Cool. I think we squeezed this purple line. In a picture perfect world, I want to see literally Oracle hit this 120, 170 area plus, and then the purple line hit the same time. I'm going to close the Oracle and go short on SPY. I got to be careful with getting too bearish bias in this midday move, because if they do any of this full day retracement, they could screw me. I don't think it does it though. You see how it Tesla filled that volume gap. Now it's filling out that volume gap and it's finding rejections at this resistance right here. I'd be surprised if we make it over. If so, it'll pursue the 330, and if 330 actually came, I think that's a short. Come on, Oracle. I was up 10% on the Oracle trade, but it's on the lower end of the supply. AMD is also getting that like 545 area. So my original call on Oracle was a 120 sweep and then like a rocket, like a big move. I'm only doing this to intraday trade, but that's a like the low of day is a position that you could take for further out. You could buy like March 130 calls, March 2027. Even take one, and then low of day. If it breaks low of day, you just get out. You're risking 3% for a possible 30% move on the upside, which would be close to 100% in those options. All right, so the 544, we're seeing the resistance at AMD. I called that, right? I would like to see this squeeze into the purple line, the squeeze with Oracle, and then AMD go nowhere, telling us that it's topping out. I would also like to see Tesla not make a new high. So if we can see a squeeze with SPY, but then the names on the screen not participate, that's a bearish idea, which would support my thesis on shorting SPY. I'm being pretty greedy here. Well, it's like $1 away, but that could be 20%. And then if it's wrong, then you need room for error. We might not get it. May have been too greedy, but I'm going to be patient because we are up on the day. So let's see what we get. By like 130, we should be like not near a high. Weakness should ensue by then. Very clean ascending support on SPY. This is just telling us it probably is a trading channel, actually, if we wanted to just do one of these. Not against the idea of it. You can see Tesla just rejecting that volume gap and resistance. Right now, this is just trading channeled up. Get a little squeeze up here. Oof. I'm trying to fill a 520 tomorrow expiration put on AMD at 510. Let's see if it fills. Or sorry, 310. Well, there's a news. AI accelerated market is expected to reach 1.4 trillion. Okay, it filled. So 520, 724 put at 310. I don't like the fact that Oracle's not moving, so I'm going to close this at 4% profit. All right, I just closed Oracle at 4% profit. It could squeeze, but I think that they released this news on AMD to trap the people. I think they did it to try to get everyone bullish really quick, and now they're going to trap people. It literally went into intraday supply, and now I'm looking for a rejection on AMD. Oh wait, they have a video. What is this?
What's the thought? So we're talking about agents going from millions
Sorry,
to
guys.
billions.
In the world.
Like,
Okay, so it's not live.
productivity.
Let me make sure this isn't live because that could put a wrench in things. I'm being too greedy. All right, we already got the AMD rejection. That's playing out after a squeeze to 550. I really like AMD closing out high day would be a very bullish clue. I don't think it happens though. I think we literally revisit low day. Already up 15% on the AMD put. You could literally close it and have another one under your belt. All right, I'm taking 741 SPY puts. I'm going to take one just because it didn't touch the purple. Let me see if I can get an entry here. Tesla's breaking down pretty hard, but all right, I'm entering 247. I'm in SPY and AMD puts, guys. I actually only bought one SPY put though because it didn't touch the purple line. I didn't feel confident. You do not size up more than you did this morning. I'm going to use half the position size that I used this morning because I don't want to give back profit. I don't want to have a green day turn red. Up nearly 11% on the SPY puts. Excuse me. I should not be taking this many trades, by the way. Oracle seems like it was a good idea to get out. It's rejecting. Let me check this AMD crap. Okay, so they've been talking for 20 minutes. How long has she been on the stage? She's been on the stage for 10 minutes. Okay. I'm a little uneasy with holding the AMD put now that she's like actively live and talking. We'll see. Can the CEO of AMD turn the entire market bullish? That's literally what is going to dictate it today. Up 20% on the AMD puts. We're just fucking winning today, guys. If you won, if you took my trades today, can you comment in the comment section and tell me how many of these trades you took and how many of them you won? I want to see like how you guys perform with the latency on the streams. So if you took any of these trades today, no matter which streaming platform you're watching, can you just comment and tell me how many trades you took and how many you won? There's the breakdown, guys. We're up 33% on AMD. We are up 23% on SPY. I'm going to cut the. All right, I'm cutting the AMD puts in half right now. I'm selling half for 45% profit at 450. All right, closed. I closed half of my AMD puts for 45% profit. They're up to 55% now. I'm looking for that low day. I told you guys this was a liquidity sweep. Told you it was a scam. You mean to tell me none of you guys took my trades? Not one of you. That's wild. It's like 7 trades today. 7 for 8. Up 80% on the SPY puts. Up 30% on the, or sorry, up 30% on the SPY puts, up 80% on AMD. Oh, that's wild. None of you guys actually took my trades? All right. Dang. I'm on a hodl on this, guys. I'm looking for a low a day. SPY, give me low a day. I'm going to be greedy with this single contract. Give me a 200% mover. All right. I've already taken half off the table with the AMD puts. For obvious reasons, don't let it go red. I want to see a low of day on SPY. Give me a low a day. Oh, okay. There we go. Awesome. So, Zoe and Jay, you both just took one trade each. That's good. You guys really exercise patience. That was really good of you. SPY puts are up 40%. Give me a low a day. Just run it. Just run it all the way down. This is what I want to see. I actually would love to see this. In the next hour, we see another massive drop to where SPY and QQQ go negative 3%, and then they squeeze into the close. Give me that. I'll take it. Actually, they might not squeeze it into the close if they do that. They'll gap it up. Nice, Nicholas. 3 for 4. Good job. Did you cut the loser quick? And was it the same loser I took? Or did you just get a bad fill? All right, guys. So I am going to be greedy with this single put just because it's a runner put. If you are red on the week, you close it right now. Okay. If you've lost money this week and you are red on the week, close the put. If you are red on the day, close the put. You know, yeah, this is going to be the first line of defense right here at the blue line. You can already see a response here. If you are red on the day or red on the week and you took this trade, close it. I'm green on both. And this is my be greedy lotto play. All right, I'm gonna go down here. I'm looking for a new low a day, but that's only because I'm green on the day and the week. If you are red on the day or red on the week, you have to build back your portfolio, and you cannot be greedy and play your P&L. You can't swing for home runs when you're red. You have to take small wins, stack that profit, and then you have profit to risk. I'm literally shadow banned on X. That sucks. My posts are getting like 1,500 views. What in the world? Nice job, Nicholas. Or Tesla. Now, if you wanted to dare, you could take like 315 Tesla calls for a week or two out down here. I think even if you close red today or tomorrow, I think they're green by mid next week. So let's say 2 weeks out. Let's say, the 7th of August. if you took like 315s, because you want to be in the money for some room of some sliding, I think they'll be green within 7 days, 6 trading days. This is a very abnormal drop. A 14% drop is abnormal in the range candle of Tesla's chart history. AMD is literally crashing and burning, guys, after the liquidity sweep. I gave this to you in a chart setup all week on X. I gave it to you today live. Liquidity sweep, tagged the intraday supply zone right here. Let's go ahead and just take a look at what we're up. SPY is up 48%, and AMD is definitely over 100% at this point. 120% on the SPY put, or the AMD puts. We took profit at what? Like, I don't remember. Let me see. Like 50%, something like that. I don't know. Yeah, AMD is crashing and burning, guys. There we go. Up 140% on the AMD puts. Let's zoom out just because that's starting to get a little nice and I don't want to get caught in anything. Head and shoulders play out, maybe 522. Should we be greedy for that? Man, if it could literally, if SPY took new low day, AMD could literally fill this gap over here down to 509. It's negative 4% on the day. No. This does not recover. Under 300, I'm literally, when Tesla goes under 300, I will literally be pulling the equity out of my home and buying Tesla shares. It is a better risk. It's better rate of return over like a 5-year period, for sure. As long as Elon does not get assassinated. This does not recover, guys. Green to red, negative 4%. It's going for red. Here's the first step at 529. If it gets really nasty, we're up 170%, by the way. If it gets really nasty, we could go down to the 520. It literally slicing through that. Look at that, guys. I called this trade. I called the high last week, the low this week. Both of them for 19% profit. And I called this stop. $200%. All right. It might go for that gap fill. What's SPY doing? SPY breakdown. Look weaker. Look weaker. I don't want it. I want to be greedy. Up 200%, guys, in 5 minutes. $200% in what? 5-10 minutes? When did we take that? When did we buy that position? Let me go look. 12:38. Okay. Time's going faster than I thought. 20 minutes, guys. 20 minutes. 200% in 20 minutes. I did 3K on that trade. I made 6K so far. Yeah, DEFCON, I get it. That's why I was doing this just for day trading, because some people can do it. And ideally, what you want to do, especially if you're busy and working with another career, you take like 1 trade a day. If you take it 1 trade a day before 10:30, statistically, I'm going to give you a winner. In the last 10 days, I think I'm up like 18 wins and 2 losses. I'm being greedy. I should have closed, huh? Should I have closed, guys? Did you guys close? Did anyone take that AMD put with me? It could. Would they do that? Could they do that? They could do that, right? We could do this head. This is the right armpit and then the right shoulder. Would they do that? Can they do that? They could do that. Since that is possible, all right, I got to have an exit strategy here, guys, because that is a very valid possible play. So now let's zoom in and let's not be greedy. Where's my exit strategy? What do you guys think? My exit strategy was any second that I said that, apparently. All right. Oracle's going for that new high now. Let's see. Where is my exit strategy? It dropped so quick. It doesn't recover a negative 4% a day. I'm sorry, but it doesn't. Statistically, that's an outlier. Head and shoulders on the 1 minute don't really work out, Nicholas, like ever. This actually worked out, and that's the first one out of like 6 this week. And I think you're talking about head and shoulders, right? Yeah, you're talking about the head and shoulders. That's actually a little concerning now that that's developing. Now that I see that, I want to be greedy, guys, but I've literally lost 30% on the AMD puts that I have left because I'm holding, and I shouldn't be holding. So I put a sell order in. And I closed my SPY puts for 161 profit at 810. Could it go lower? It could, but I'm just going to take it. I'm already being greedy with the SPY, and then he just pointed out there's a head and shoulders, and statistically, none of this stuff works out on the 1 minute. This one worked out, surprisingly, but I wouldn't have anticipated it to. Oracle's doing its thing. It's trying to recover. Pull this back up. Yeah. Man. If AMD drops, that would have literally been a 500% play. And it might do it, guys. It's not kind when it rejects. Yep, here comes the new low. It's okay. See, even I get FOMO. That's wild, guys. Oil just keeps ripping. I closed my position after calling that $70. I closed it at like 85 yesterday. I warned that was a good hedge. Sure was. We got SpaceX green on the day, just surviving. Oh, we need to check that, guys. This is a very important question. I have a thesis from the IPO of SpaceX that they would eventually align in price, and that would mark the bottom of SpaceX. Let AMD rally above 535 again, and I'll retake that short. Tesla's price at the beginning of the day was 370. Did that align then? No. Close. The market loves irony, I swear, and I have a feeling that their market caps are going to align, and then that'll mark the bottom of SpaceX. Which my custom indicator says that SpaceX does go lower from here. I think 120 was an ideal like entry level DCA if you wanted a starter position in a medium to long term outlook. It even gave it intraday trade for like 8%. There goes that AMD drop. That AMD guys is a larger time frame trade too. You could literally take it. I mean, it would have been better to do it at the sweep. Would have been better to do it yesterday when I posted the analysis. New low of the day breach. Dude, it would be nuts if it breaks down and it closes this gap down to 506. What was this candle? This is the possibility of what this candle is right here. What is this? 9%. Wait. 7%. What is this right here? 7%. 516. Ah. 7%. 9%. 15. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, this is 3-day supply. This is 3-day structure. Sorry, let me correct that. Guys, I want to be greedy. There's no. I can't. Okay. This is my if conditional. If we sweep this high, I'll re-enter. I'm getting FOMO because I'm looking at that. I'm getting. Yeah. There we go. I'm taking too many trades. I need to get off here, guys. Actually, let's do this. All right. Chart request, everyone. Let me check. Still got a 10% gain spot. Could it be an inverse head shoulders? 1 minute. Could see them ripping it in the day. Merger. There you go. All right, AMD, come on. Give me this fair value gap. 533. Discord members, I know you guys were foaming at the mouth this week because I didn't give any trades on swing time frame, but do you see why? It was too sketchy. It was too sketchy. I gave us some at the beginning. 1 second, going to AMD. What we got here? I really would like to see 533. Might not get it though. But it was just too unsafe. You know, this is literally in the window that I warned about, and it's literally been happening, right? Some of our main trades, right? Let's look at the main trades that we were taking. I said to trim, I'm out of like 60% of my BABA trade, right? Right now it's in this area. So like 110, 109 has to be the bottom of BABA. Yeah, like 110, 109. I don't even really want it to see give up this this green cloud that much. Otherwise, that's a problem. 1 second. I really don't want it to give up the green cloud because statistically, when it does, it means the rally's over. Right? You see this? It can find a little bit of support, but most times the rally's over when it reaches the green cloud. And the red 20-day moving average didn't make it too far. So 110, 109, realistically, it should be higher. It should be like 111. But that's what we're looking at. You can see obvious respect here on the red line acting as resistance. But this is barely a sweep. If they were meant to sweep this, they wouldn't sit here. They would have launched it down, dumped it already. So I think we might get this purple line hit too, finally, which that'll put my SPY put underwater. But anyways, so, you know, I said between the 14th to the 21st, we would have a top, right? I warned of that. 14th to the 21st. Start getting out your positions going into these dates. Change, reduce position size. Change from options to shares. Do not be in anything earlier than 2027. I said all this stuff, right? What's the top of BABA? The 15th and the 20th. Even though it's the 20th, would it breach it by 30 cents? You could have sold on the 15th and been good. And now it's only been lower, right? What about JD on the 20th between the 14th and the 21st? There's a top. NEO, look at that. High of the pivot, literally the 15th. Lulu started breaking down at around the 10th, but you didn't really lose much. You could have gotten out on the 15th and been good. Nike, the high on the 17th. Now the miners are showing off a little bit, but you have the 21st here, right? But if you would have sold actually over here on the 14th or the 15th, if you would have sold here, you went nowhere, right? MSTR on the 21st, right? You could have sold on the 15th. On this high day, what's the difference? $1, right? Let's better yet it. The 21st on Bitcoin, right? Could have done the 15th on Bitcoin and you only missed 1,000. You missed less than 1%. Ethereum on the 15th, you could have sold. What'd you miss? $200? Now let's better it. What about SPY? Literally the high since June high is on the 15th. Guys, by the way, June 15th is the high. That's wild. The low, look at this, guys, the 26th. I said we're close to a capitulation event. How funny would it be that they literally mirror this into next week? Was that Sunday? So they might literally sell us off and then we gap up Monday or rally Monday. Like easily that can happen. By the way, market loves irony. Why? Because it's all algorithmic. The top of June, the 15th. The top of July, the 15th. But anyways, as I was saying, the 15th, top of SPY. The 15th, literally meltdown from QQQ. The 15th, the 16th right here, high of day or high of the week for IWM, only lower, right? US oil was my counter trade. Look at that. When you bet on the market to go down because of the Iran stuff, I literally called it at 70. I closed my entire position at 86, but counter trade, easy win. Now let's look at the mega caps, guys. Where are we at since then? The 15th, right here. Tesla was 406. It's lost almost $100. It's lost almost, how much is that? 27%, something like that? 20%? 22%? Since I gave you the window to sell. What about SpaceX, guys? The 15th. Down 20% since I told you to sell. Microsoft, I literally said that this was going to top before it did. I literally said on this day. Down 7%. AMD, it's only down like 5%, but we actually were down 18%, and I called this entire move. And then I called this bottom. Google, hello, 15%. Amazon, on the 16th, 10%. So look at Meta, guys. The top, the 15th, down 13%. Do you guys get what I'm saying? I gave you the warning before this even happened. I told you the dates that they would top out, so that as soon as you saw any weakness, you get the fuck out. If you saw weakness in these dates, you get out. No one else said this. Everyone was bullish. Everyone said the market's higher. You know why? Because all these gurus, all these gurus, they literally follow Tom Lee. And anything Tom Lee says, they regurgitate it themselves as if it's their own content. Tom Lee's good, but I'm better. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys, but literally, look at every name. Netflix down 12% from my window. You could have sold anything, everything. Okay. Oh, let's look at Intel. I didn't even check Intel. It topped on June 30th, but I warned of this. At right here, 15th, made a little low. Nothing too crazy, but 17%. 17%, 17%, especially if you're in options. That's like 40% plus loss. Okay, all right, I'm done bragging. I'm just got to remind you sometimes who the fuck I am. Hee hee. All right. All right, that was bad. Sorry guys, that was cringe. Okay, let's do this. Yes, Bor AMD. Sorry guys, all right, so I'm gonna do Discord into X into YouTube as far as requests. Go ahead and slam the chart request. Try not to do more than two, and please don't give me penny stocks. I don't want to waste your time. I don't want to waste the people's time that's viewing this. And don't give me a stock that's literally at all-time lows. I'm going to tell you the same thing. It's shit. I'm going to tell you what you know, and you're just denying. Okay? Okay. Oh, I was too busy bragging and it hit my freaking 734, guys. Did my order fail though? No, it did not. Oh, that's so annoying. Guys, I was oh, that's annoying. That was literally they're up 25%. What do I do, Eric? What do I do? Give me a second. I'm trying to just decide how greedy I'm going to be. Man. Oh, that's so annoying, guys. Okay, go back up there. Yes, please. I'll take that. Now, it might be a little too much. They might take it up to 36. Okay, mine filled. All right, I took an AMD 724 520 put at 665 fill. I'm only doing one because I just made a couple thousand from this trade. I'm not going to get greedy, but I would like to see a 7% drop on the day. I want to see that the low part of this purple demand zone get triggered. So I have one single AMD put and I have one single SPY put, and I'm going to let these ride into the end of the day because of YOLO. If you are not green on the week, do not take this trade. If you are not green on the day, do not take this trade. I gave like 6 banging trades today. All right. I'm like 6 for 7 or 7 for 8, one of the two. I've only lost one and it was like a 3% loss. If you are not green on the week or day, do not take this trade. This is a reckless trade. This is a YOLO. This is my casino trade. Okay. I'm not going to let it go to zero, but this is I'm buying something in the middle of price action. That's very reckless. Okay. This is a literal casino trade. Do not take it if you're red on the day or week. Now, given I should have had this right here. This was a 25% win right there off the rip. If I just wasn't talking and I was paying attention, I could have taken it and we could have won that together because I would have literally closed at the red line just because of how quick it dropped. It really feels like it's probably going to sweep this and do this. Let's see. No, that's literally side by side. I'm going to be really mad. I'm going to be mad if it makes it past the white line. I'm going to be a little annoyed. It shouldn't do it. All right. Anyways. Okay. Should have been a little patient. See, that's an ABC, and that's an SR flip. Yeah, that's where I should have taken it. I was not paying attention. I'm talking too much. Yeah, that's literally, and then close above the blue line. So you're looking at a 530. If you take this entry, you got 15% on me. So take this entry above 538.75, you close it. Like it should not get above that line. This is the entry level. It should just literally SR flip. We've taken 2 SR flip trades today. Okay. Can I do MU? Okay. How do I do this effectively? All right. This is not going to be the prettiest, guys, but I need to do this. Because I have to kind of watch while I do charts. So let me do one of these. I actually don't give a crap about Oracle right now, so we don't need to watch Oracle. Okay. Okay. Micron. All right. So once again, I mean, I don't know what your baseline is for this, but I don't touch this with a 10-foot pole. You know, if you're trying to short this and trying to find the top, you're going to screw yourself. You got to find something hidden. And I don't think any of my custom indicators are showing anything. Realistically, let's see if that helped. That helped. Yeah. So, oh wait, this is First Solar. By the way, here you go. Here's a possible bottom soon on First Solar. Probably a sweep to this low. Anyways, back to MU. Yeah, so I don't see anything on my indicators. This is like, I mean, I wouldn't short this with a 10-foot pole, and I wouldn't go long up here either. This is a possible head and shoulders. The true trend of this was the red line. It broke it. So now it's literally back testing it. Actually, that's literally it right there. So the trend since the April low was the red line. It supported. Where are you rejecting right now? In this supply zone, right? This is a weekly supply zone. So I'll do this. as orange, and then this one as red. So you have a daily supply zone and a weekly supply zone. It is currently rejecting, and it's trying to reject here. So essentially, halfway in, you could literally short this with 125 as your stop loss. Above 120 or 1025, you close it. Once again, I don't typically mess with stuff like this just because it's so like it's literally trapped everyone that's tried to short. But when it's time comes, it's time comes. I was able to identify AMD because I have custom indicators that were able to show me something that the market could not see. But I wouldn't go long here. I would look for something with better risk to reward, maybe like, a Tesla that's under 320 right now. Maybe a Nike or a Lululemon that pulls back on any rally. But as far as this, the only idea here is a possible short. I'd be very tight on this. They've wrecked everyone for how many months? Which that's not a very big risk, right? If you look at that, that's 2% on the stock price, on share price. For a revisit of the low, you're looking 15. So that's a 7-to-1 risk to reward. All right. SNDK. You guys are giving me these parabolic names. Look at this. I don't know what you're doing. I wouldn't touch this. I wouldn't long it and I wouldn't short it. It's just not a good chart, Like this is a FOMO chart. Somebody said they lost me. Did my stream drop? Oh no, okay, we're good. Yeah, so this is a FOMO trade. To get in this that looks like this is wild. Right? Like I don't even really follow the fundamentals of companies unless it's Tesla and the mega caps. Because it's all about liquidity. It's more about liquidity than it is about stock performance. They need enough eyes on it, and then they need a good risk to reward. They need enough demand or supply in a certain range. Right. And up here, it's just like, also, it's since May, it's not went anywhere. This is so this could be a stair step. This could be anything. It looks the same as MU, a little bit of a head and shoulders. The support line was the red line. It hasn't hit the red line yet. So it could rally up to the 1770 and then reject here. I don't know. I wouldn't touch it. Look for something that with a better chart. Like I think Nike and Lululemon are dips to be bought in all year. I think the bottom of Bitcoin and Ethereum is in. I literally called them from like 2% of the low. So those dips could be bought. I think Tesla under 300 is a generational buy opportunity. I think it literally is going to be over $2,000 a share, and it's got a year and a half left, for my window. Okay. ETN. This looks like the other ones too, man. It's just been rallying really strong, very impressive. Has kind of only went sideways for the last 2 years. So yeah, actually, you know what I mean? Like if you bought it up here 2 years ago, you're at 15% profit. Talking about opportunity costs. That's like holding BABA from 2022 to 2025. I wouldn't mess with that, bro. There's better risk to reward. There's better charts. I don't know what this company does, but I guarantee it's not better than Optimus and Robotaxi. Right. So IREN. I posted this yesterday, guys. So it found support here. on my custom indicator, which is marked multiple bottoms. I posted this literally all through like the end of June and July that this was the buy zone. It hit the buy zone. It rallied 32%. It's at risk of a rejection here until we get above 45. I think it is probable that as long as this low is protected, that we go to all-time highs. Right. That was a pretty good risk to reward right here. That was amazing. I mean, I will say this from the top of my lungs: the only retirement anyone needs right now is Tesla, given that he doesn't get murdered. Like, there's no company that's doing close to what Optimus and Robotaxi is offering. Not like, what's Apple going to do? Change another phone caller? Fuck out of here. Oh, I have a potty mouth. I gotta stop. Yeah, there's no one needs anything other than Tesla, in my opinion. But yeah, so if it's respected, you're looking at new highs from here. But right now, as a tradable bottom, it was a tradable bottom, right? It entered my buy zone. All you had to do was draw a descending resistance, right? I tell this to all my members. Once it enters, right, you got to draw descending resistance lines. In demand, you draw descending resistance, and in supply, you draw ascending supports. And then you just wait for it to break, guys, right? So if you drew, you know what? 1 second. I want to make this prettier. First and foremost, yeah. I was going to enter the SPY put, guys. Sorry, I didn't exactly touch the purple line. I wanted it to touch it. It didn't give us the touch. Okay. I got to do that with every chart, man. What in the world? All right. Yeah. So you could have, once it entered my demand zone, you could have drawn this descending resistance, right? Okay. So then selling accelerated. It's called capitulation into a demand zone. So when this one pulled so far away, you needed to draw another one. So if you would have just drawn another one, like right here, you would have gotten it. It would have done. It got rode down a little bit. And all you're looking for is oh, look at that sell. Look at that sell. Oh, man, I should have. It's okay. Anyways, you're looking for a break of structure. So lower high, lower high, lower high, right here, break of structure. You enter right here with that as your stop loss. And if you would have done that, right, you would have looked at 24% profit. And I can do this all day, right? It's about patience. Yes, PZ. As far as Tesla, under 300 generational buy opportunity. Under 300, and I'm literally pulling the equity out of my house and buying shares because on a 5-year return, that's way better investment. There we go. Crash and burn. All right, guys, let me look at that AMD re-entry. Oh, that's not impressive. I guess I bought it down here. I'm still red. JK. Anyways, looking at inverse head and shoulders, I'm bearish, and you guys got to learn my verbiage. Bearish below means the risk to reward is not good. So up here, you're looking at for a 61% retracement, you're looking at a 4% win for a 15% loss. You got to think RR. I'm bearish below this. You got the meat of the move. So until it breaks structure up here, it's not a good hold. So could we dip here? given that it's showing so much strength, if we could get another 3% drop in the indexes and then this pull back into this, I think this is going to rocket with this inverse head and shoulders, and then we breach this. But I think Bitcoin and Ethereum is bottom is in. I think Ethereum doubles by the end of the year. So if Ethereum doubles by the end of the year, I think all of these miners are going to double. DJT. You don't even need to look at a chart to know what DJT is going to do. Until Trump starts getting his head out of his ass, it's not going to do anything. And he destroyed DJT when he created meme coins. You know, I would look, because he still runs the risk of, I mean, draw this descending resistance, obviously, right? But he still runs the risk of, there's inverse head and shoulders too. He still runs the risk of trying to do something with tax liabilities with crypto. So if that happens, that people are going to rush to crypto, which I don't think that will happen because it would ruin the stock market. But you got descending resistance, but I mean, literally, look at this. It's at all-time lows, right? This has just been liquidity traps. This is, hey, by the way, if you support Trump, come buy this so we can sell it on you. MU is already taken care of. CELH, I have not updated CELH in a while. Oh, it's got all my random charting. What is this? Anyways, it's, let me see if I can see anything else. Possible. All right, we got SPY, new intraday low. I told you guys by like 1:30 it would start, it would reject the highs. We really need to get under 737 though. That'd be really nice. Anyways, so CLH is, what in the world is that rhythmic? I really don't like that. My other charting isn't here. Anyways, okay, so we're in a weekly demand zone, but this is a small enough market cap and we're in a sketchy area to where I think this might get swept. As much as I would like this to land, I would look more so on like a buy right under it. I think they're going to stop loss all these people out. You know, that's a year and a half of buyers. They're going to get them to stop loss. They're going to get them mad and they're going to get them to quit. And they're going to actually drop it down to this monthly demand zone, which needs to be orange because it's so valuable, because it's gold. And then I think they're going to breach this low and then they're going to rip it for maybe a half back. But this looks like it's in a bear cycle. I mean, just look at it. You know what I mean? So even when they find a bottom here, they need to accumulate for months. So I don't see this going to all-time highs anytime soon. Oh, I actually wanted to check something. I'm very impressed that this is even doing that good. Let's check this. So my SPY runner is up 57%, and then my AMD put is up, it's still down 3%. Come on, AMD. Crash and burn. Bottoming time frame on the 15th. It's the 26th on that chart. So we look for a bottom on the 26th. Which if we sell off enough, I think that happens because most times the monthly candle won't close and completely engulfing at the bottom. There will be a bottom wick. So, you know, with next week being the last week of the month, I could see like a little 3-day rally at the end. Yeah, Nicholas. The 534, that first trade was a 25% move if you were watching it quick. I was too busy gloating. MBLY, Alex, I think you're holding that from Bananas Trade, and he doesn't even talk about it anymore. I would let me see if I see anything hidden. Lower. Breached. It's going to breach this low, in my opinion. It's at all-time lows. It's like cut your loss here. There's opportunity cost here. That's my opinion. Opportunity cost. Get the fuck out. Call it a day. Let's do CRWV CoreWave. CoreWave is a tradable name, it looks like. If you literally let's do this actually. Over the last year, if you buy in the purple and you sell in the gold, you win. You break this low, you get out. I mean, but you also have to realize that this is lower high, lower high, lower high. So are they going to breach it this time? Is it going to be that weak this time? I don't know. I don't know anything about the name. I don't know anything about the stock, but this is not a tradable stock in my opinion. There's better names out there like Tesla, since it's so close to 300, like Lululemon and Nike. I think they're generational buy opportunities. I think they're going to be up 50% more on the year. Bitcoin and ETH and its proxies. Oh, well, that's not a lot of requests, guys. That's all that you guys are asking for? I'm the type of person, Will, that says I trust history until history disproves. Looking at resistance line that rejects 3 or 4 times and then saying, "Oh, but it's not going to work this time," is hopium, right? Does it weaken? Yes. Can it break it? Eventually. But I'm not going to pick which one it is because you are at maximum risk and zero reward. And that's what I talked about with AMD yesterday, right? I talked about AMD and SPY yesterday, especially in Discord. I said we were up around 550 on AMD. I said we are currently, based on history with AMD, we are at maximum risk and zero reward. If you look all the man, I wish you could see my finger. If you look left for 2 months, you have not had a single daily close over 552 except one candle. And what happened to after the very next day? A gap down and then a crash and burn. So for 2 months, this has been a trade to where you get the fuck out and you go short, right? It has been get out. It has been a get out of jail free card. It's telling you what it does when it tries to get over 552. It is a liquidity sweep and they get rid of it, right? What happened today? Liquidity sweep, got rid of it, right? So you just have to just look. So, somebody could have been like, oh, well, this is the 3rd time it hit, right? It'll get through this time. And this is you right here. You bought right here, and then you're like, yes. And then you're posting your screenshots of you winning 5%, and then all of a sudden it gaps down and you're down 15%. And then you get really mad and angry here, and then you sell, and then it rallies again to trick you. And then you start getting FOMO, and then you buy again, and then it crashed. And then it rallied. And you're like, man, if I would have just held. But every guy that sat here and said, oh, it'll break through this time, and then this time, and then this time, and then this time, and then this time. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. 8 times someone could have thought, this time it'll break through. 8 times is a lot. Same thing with SPY. I called SPY 749. All week I called 749. I was like, hey, better get out. Better short it all week. The green line, 749. Got up here, maximum risk, zero reward. What did I do? I shorted, made 300%. Rally back up. Oh, maximum risk, zero reward. Shorted it, made 150%. Maximum risk, zero reward. I didn't short it here. I shorted it here, and we made like 150%. And then I sold way too early. But that's where I'm at, talking too much. Yeah. So as much as you want to believe in things like, it weakens, Meta is another one. I was screaming from the top of the lungs on this one. I said, hey guys, by the way, history says lower high, lower high, lower high. And when Meta sells off, it is not kind. Negative 12%, negative 23%, negative 30%, negative 22%. Where were we at? Literally at the mother of all trend lines. I said, hey guys, maximum risk, zero reward. Where did we drop? 13% so far. I warned of this. You had major accounts saying buy. They literally told you to buy at the top. Yeah. I'm very impressed. You guys are not asking for much today. What about buying December 2027 135 leaps for Kava? Have you ever had Kava, Zoe? No, 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 no. Have you ever eaten Kava? Do you have the app downloaded? Okay, so you don't even eat it like that. Okay. Let me show you guys something. I eat Kava like 2 to 3 times a week. It's amazing. It is by far the most cost efficient fast food place I've ever been at, and the food is amazing. Now, given it's a build your own bowl and you have to know how to build your bowl, they should legit signature bowl my bowl. I swear to God, it would be so famous. But it's really good. They have a lot of options. It's more of, is it Turkish or something like that? Mediterranean? I don't know. The things that they do is they mess up though, because their signature bowls are these like custom, like very foreign style bowls, but you can customize it as like a protein bowl. And like the thing that's becoming really famous in America is like protein, macronutrient, macro conscious food, right? And that's what it's really good at. So the app, especially when they first came out, you could buy 8 bowls, and every ninth bowl you'd get a free bowl. That's wild. Then you can do like extra chicken and do the whole bowl. And if you fill the whole bowl up and then do extra chicken, it's like 3,000 calories. So you can eat like 60, 70% of that bowl and then refrigerate it and then put like 3, 4 eggs in it the next day and eat it. And it's 2 bowls in one. So you're paying like $14 for 2 bowls. And then every ninth bowl you get one for free. So as far as like cost effectiveness, that's why I eat it so much. It's really good. But even for like cost effectiveness, it's amazing. So I'm a huge fan of Kava. I think as people become more aware in how to build their bowls, it's going to become a lot more famous once it becomes more standard. They really need to like cycle out signature bowls. I think that would be really smart of them, because then they could find what their geography around each store likes. But it blows Chipotle out of the water. Like Chipotle is nothing compared to this company. Given so what we're looking at is lower highs, lower highs, lower highs, and then we have a structural higher high here. Let's actually see if that did any breachment in pre-market. No, it did not. Okay. You have a diagonal inverse head and shoulders here that I think has the potential to play out. Let me see if I see anything hidden. This is not what you wanted to see right here. This lower low, this is distribution. There's a little bit here. And then if we breach this right here, then they're going to just decimate this company. And that would be very unfortunate because it's way better than Kava or Chipotle. Yeah, I'm looking for a hidden sign. Just give me a second. The things that work most often are the things that you don't see on the chart. It's not really been alive long enough. Oh, come on. You need to sell off. I don't like this rally into 2 o'clock, to be honest, if I had to be honest. New low since then. This is a head and shoulders pattern on the weekly RSI. That's a little concerning. This might play out. If this plays out, I would look for, this tradable bottom here. Now, this was a crash, but I think if it starts to sell from here, I would look at like 34 RSI on the weekly as the bottom. And I would put money on it that if you do this, you would find it pretty close to the bottom if we start giving this up. There is a weekly demand zone right here, but this is a small enough market cap that a single hedge fund could literally mess this up. Ideally, you don't break this low. If you break this low, I would get out. If you currently have a position, if you break this low, this pivot low of 58, I would get out because I think it's going to go for sub 50. Right now this is manipulation. So this is distribution at all costs. They literally sold into anybody that was willing to buy, right? And they didn't sell into anybody willing to buy for them to not breach this low over here. Think about that. Think money psychology, right? If you were in control of this stock and you got all these people to short, and how many other people are buying here, and they're like, okay, I'll wait for the next pivot low. I'll wait for the next resistance break, right? Like that's what people were thinking. They're not going to reverse it right here. There's not enough institutions and hedge funds that are like, this is a good buying opportunity. I'm going to buy it. This is small enough to where one hedge fund can manipulate this stock price. So I think they're going to breach this low. Yeah, I'd be careful. Now, yes, that can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And ideally, it doesn't. And that's your other thing too, right? 61% is typically where it draws down. And I had this drawn up on my analysis previously. Like I really thought we would hold this 65, 64 level, but we're giving it up. It's possible for an overshoot, but you don't want it to start breaching below 78%. Once it gets below the 78%, you're looking at a failed. It's not a 5 wave, right? Statistically, they just don't recover from there. All right, so AMD is not playing nice. It is starting to make higher highs, and I'm in tomorrow expiration, so I need to monitor this. And they are out of the money. That is a supply zone that should not be breached. Okay, not doing too bad. Down 20%. I have another buy order at 5. This is a little risky. Should I even do it? Is the question. That's too of a attractive candle. Would they really do it? They could do that. Yeah, it's feasible. It's called DCA. So his question is, if you buy Tesla long term below 300, how do you manage that with no stop loss? You don't need a stop loss as long as he's not murdered. It's the most innovative company in the world, led by the smartest man in the world. He's going to lead the next 10, 15 years as long as he's alive. You just have to trust the cycle of money and ignore all the news. Smart money will rotate to that. and it will gravitate towards security, national security. So it's called DCA. You know, as soon as it hits 300, you don't want to like put 100K in it if you have 100K. Put like 40K and then do like 5K a week. That's the most optimal way, right? So I did a little risky thing. I bought another SPY put or AMD put F5. I really don't want it to see another high. If we reach this high, I think I'll just sell one of them again, and then that will be a loss. I'd really not. I really don't want to see that. Okay. Wait, what? This is not. Why is that? Okay, there we go. All right, so my cost basis is 583 on the AMD puts. They're at 520 now with the sell off. Let's draw this ascending support into the supply zone. That's what the easiest way to do it would have been. But that's an intraday supply zone, so it wasn't that big of a deal, but there you go. There you go. Now does it break down? Can we get a breakdown here? Ooh, we got low of day getting breached on SPY. Okay. What's VIX sitting at? It's got lower to go. We got to breach this 20. How's Microsoft looking? I just went over that. It's looking like crap. It's looking like doo doo. It's literally breaking down from this ascending support, and now it's trying to backtest it. You know, look at this. Made a post. Microsoft tops in two trading days. The very next day, topped. How far are we down from that top? 7%. There's a difference between some people, man. I tell you what's going to happen before it happens. I don't say, hey, that might do this. You know what I mean? AMD is finding support when I don't want it to. I want it to literally crash and burn. All right, let's see what happens here. All right, so if they're meant to be bullish, they're going to start liquidity sweeping lows and then rallying it. Liquidity sweeping lows and rallying it. Okay, this is what I would prefer to see. I want to see a just continuation. Mara, I think, is way higher by the end of the year. SpaceX, I'm waiting for more. I think 115 or 120 was a decent start for a DCA if you believe in the company and you want a piece of the pie. But I think it has lower to go. Once again, guys, if you appreciate what I do, go to my account and show me some love. I think I am shadow banned, unfortunately. 1.6K views. That's wild. That's so low. Yeah. No bueno. Okay, what are we doing here? Spy. AMD, what are you doing? Yes. All right. So SPY puts are down about 8%, I think, 6%. And then, or sorry, the AMD puts are down 6%. The SPY put is up 68%. Really want to see that low of day breached. That'd be amazing. I really don't like the fact that AMD has recovered. Okay. Oh, I did not see this, guys. VIX did hit $20. Oh, crap. Does anyone know my rule on VIX? All right, guys, I'm going to let this play out a little bit. I'm going to go grab a meal prep really quick. I will be right back. It looks like it's about to break down too. All right, if you guys have any questions, go ahead and drop them in the chat. And when I come back, I will do Q&A. Starting to break down, guys. So what I'm going to do, about to be green on AMD. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. shit. Thank you. Muted the entire time I was talking. It's okay. I wasn't talking about anything important. Just showing my calls over the last year. In the world? Where's my I was freaking out for a second there, guys. Oh, here we are. On 320. I talk about the bottom being 629. The low, 10 days later, 629. Here, called the bottom on Instagram, then called the top here in 2023 of the top. Called the bottom for the rest of the year here. Called the top here. Called the bottom here. Called it for a 10% pullback here. I called the bottom here in Discord because I wasn't using X at the time. And now I'm calling the top up here. Every single high and low since 2022, since the bear market. With proof. This is funny. I gotta prove this. $4,800, 41 on SPY. SPX was like 49.76. Right here. Nope, sorry. There we are. $6 off of a $5,000 stock. My bias is bearish. I've been bearish since literally for 10 days. There's a chance at something in the next like 2 trading days if we sell off like a really hard. Any rally from here I think is bullshit, most likely. Like if they rally here, they gave like 15 minutes for people to buy this. 20 minutes. That's not how they work. They want people to hold overnight and buy positions in the market, and they want to gap it down. I'm very annoyed that AMD's up there. They're literally going to tag it there and then they're going to gap it down. I'm giving it till 235, and then I'm going to close my SPY puts because my AMDs are underwater. I wanted a low day, but not at the cost of time. We're entering, 90 minutes away from power hour, and I want to see more weakness. And if we're not grinding lower now, it's just too unstable for, same day puts, next day puts. Volatility and the loss off of like one candle movement can screw me really bad. So, just a heads up, I will stream tomorrow, but I have latency differences on all the streaming platforms. I have 20-second delays on X, YouTube, and TikTok, and then I have 1 second delay on Discord. I've taken 9 trades today, and I've won 8 of them. And the one that I did lose was by like 5% loss. And I have 2 trades right now, which will be 11 trades total. I shouldn't have taken this many, to be honest, but volatility is here. And this is usually not the case, on a random day where the market's not crashing and burning and doing a hard directional move, I would do like 1 to 3 trades, maybe. Tomorrow, I will probably reduce my position size if I take any trades just because I'm green on the week and there is a big directional move and I don't want to get caught on the wrong side with same day expirations. I have a feeling they're going to freeze AMD around this level and they're going to gap it down tomorrow. I'm still up about 50% on my SPY puts, and I'm down 12% on my AMD puts. At 236 in 5 minutes, if I do not see weakness, I'm going to close the SPY puts. I do think we have lower in us, but something that you have to put some respect on is the 4-hour RSI. You can currently see this right here. So if we curl into the close, it can be said that we're going to gap up overnight. That's my bias. Everyone hear it right now. If we curl into the close and this becomes a V like these other 3 times, I think we gap up tomorrow. Imagine that people that bought TSLL. The decay on that is so wild. Like, why would it even do that? That's so wild and stupid. Okay. So it's 235. Nothing is allowed to make a new high. I close at any new high. And I would prefer just to see a sell off right now for the second half of the hour. So I have an if conditional for if the market's going to go down further next week. I will decide if I'm going to share it to the public. There's the rejection that I said I wanted to see. No more games. That's a bear flag breakdown. I want to see it break down. Gulag it. Gulag it. Low of the day. What's AMD doing? Obnoxious. Reject it. Two breakdown backtest rejects. So we're looking at 2 rejects. I don't think I was talking. Can you hear me now? Oh, somebody's talking here. I don't have my headset on. What's up? Yes. A lot. Yeah, so that was multi-day. So it's in supply right here. Can you hear me? Everything just got silent. Okay, okay. So it's in supply, and there's a possibility we reject here, but there's also a structure zone right here that if, whichever way we break out this 4-hour candle behind us, we'll pick a direction. Actually, 1 second. You're really annoying me, Spy. Essentially, supply and demand zones work really well. You can tell a lot of times just by literally following it. Like I called this bottom, which helped call the top of the market last week. But what I'm looking for right now is a weekly close tomorrow over 2050. If we get a weekly close over 2050, this is not over. There's more pain next week. So right now, like I mentioned this morning, this is a tradable bottom, and they're going to attempt at making this a bottom. So we'll see how they perform, today and tomorrow. Ideally, I think we have another like 2-3% in the indexes before. I would prefer to see 2 to 3% more lower before a meaningful rally. If they try to rally it here, I think it gets stuffed. All right, so we made a low. I probably should have. I mean, I'm being greedy with this buy put, but if we break this high right here, I'm just going to close it because right now they're making indecisive movements. When I want more directional, and I'm not going to sit here all the way to 4 o'clock waiting for them to just not do much. I'd rather go enjoy my my Thursday. So I'm only going to hang out for maybe 10 more minutes, even though it's power hour. I'm not, unless they start pick a direction now. If they literally make this new low, then I'll hang out. But if this starts grinding higher into 3 o'clock, I'm just kind of over the. I'm not going to sit here for pennies. So it's realistically, well, the macro is bearish, but this is a tradable bottom and a possible bottom. The most obvious part of a possible bottom is two things. One is the 4-hour RSI. Sorry, I need to rephrase. So the gentleman asked, is this, sorry, what was your question again? I can't even recall it. That's funny. Okay, on a swing time horizon, am I more bearish or neutral? So I once again, my thesis does not change. When I do macro analysis, it is there to stay unless I see something change. And um, what we saw was my crash thesis play out. And a crash is not 3% from the highs. And that's what people need to realize. We've only dropped 2.7% in SPY. If this crash thesis is to play out, we're looking at 10%. So we're literally 1/3, barely 1/4 of the way down. And although everyone thinks, they're hip hip hooray, thinking that they got things at discounted prices, I promise you it's a lot more discounted and prices look a lot better when SPY is down 10%. So my thesis has been a crash, and that is my bias until I see specific levels um, reclaimed. Now, just because I think we drop 10% from here, or if I have a crash bias, doesn't mean I'm bearish the entire way down. One of my skills is being able to do counter trend rallies. And this is what this is attempting to do. You can see all the way from June 23rd, which is ironically also today, right? So it bottomed on June 23rd for a counter trend rally. It's June 23rd right now. So if we see a curl into the 4-hour close of the 4-hour RSI, or sorry, if we see a curl into the close, the stock close at 4 o'clock with the 4-hour RSI giving us that curl, that tells us that tomorrow is going to be an up day, or at least we're going to have a gap up. It doesn't mean the whole day is going to be up, but I think prices open higher than the close today. So if this happens, I think there's a counter trend rally. If there's a counter trend rally, I still think it gets sold. So I'm going to reshort the pop. If we sell off here, I'm looking for an RSI way under 30. I want to see like 25 and under with a couple other things, like with some macro analysis being in high time frame demand. And then that will tell me I think we're at a major bottom, at least for like a large move, not the bottom, but at least a counter trend rally that would be large enough. Because we can't have too much of a rally here. SPY's only down 3%. You know what I mean? It's only down 3%. What kind of rally can we have? Not much. So that's what you just have to be mindful of. And then VIX is going to be the gatekeeper to lower prices. If we close over 2050 Friday, we probably gap down Monday. Yep. But not only do we have the 4-hour time frame, we have this ascending support for SPY. And then most importantly, we have the mega cap chart, and it's in a very important area. So this is monthly demand. I will be very surprised if we just cut through this entire monthly demand without tapping this weekly supply. But this was an inverse head and shoulders that was broken today, which is very bearish. So there's 2-day demand here, right here. And then also it is on my purple line, which is historically a very important level for support. It was supported here. It was supported here for at least a couple days sideways, and then it broke down and went higher. The 2025 crash, it supported sideways for about 2 weeks, and then it crashed down and reclaimed. And then the bear market in 2022. On the way down, it found support here for a couple of weeks, broke under it, back tested it, went lower. This purple line is very important and a pretty big indicator. Update, we are breaching that low of day. This is what I wanted to see. The SPY puts are now up 86% on the day, and all I want is to just AMD to go away. Crash and burn, baby. There's so what I showed you, like those three things is my formula for a bottom. But if these get breached, then they get breached. And the odds are, I mean, if you think about it, this close together on this as a support, what's the odds of this being supported? It'll be interesting to see. I actually think QQQ is there on the 4-hour. Yes. So in this one, we found a little bit of support here for a rally higher. You know, support, support, support. But once it gave up, resistance, 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 support, support, resistance, crash. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. Can't give it all away. I'm just messing with you. Yes, it is a type of moving average. Oh, Edward, I see you asking that in the lounge, but just talk in the chat. You're the person talking right now, right? Okay. Yeah. I have a lot of chats open. It's hard for me to like monitor all of them. I said 113, 119, Saul. I mean, I just posted it. I don't know. I'm a little iffy, and mainly because of this. There was every single large account was all over it. And I'm just like, nah, too crowded. So I took my intraday trade last week and I took a trade on it today. And then I closed my position. Can't trust it. I really hate it when like large accounts find really good names and setups on a Friday because they post spam about it and they post it all weekend and then every noob is in it Monday morning. I try not to even post on the Friday and Saturday anymore just because of that. All right, come on now, breakdown. So the AMD puts are almost green. If we can get a dump here, that would be really cool. Let's check the hourly candles, see what we're dealing with here. Is there any like basing structure going on? This is usually bearish, that type of candle formation. This is usually bearish. That's literally supply zone right here. I'd be very surprised if I don't think if we rally here. I don't know. I honestly don't even think we rally here. I think we break down and we rally into that, and then we break down again. That's what I would assume. Because if we rally into this, there's no way we're breaching this before close. If we do, that would be very annoying. It is possible though, but I would be annoyed. Let's see, gotta watch. You got an easy one right here. You got the ascending support on the VIX. Breakdown of this ascending support, market rallies. Very easy concept. So, I mean, it could. This breaks down. That's a head and shoulders too. And this is the neckline. So I need to be paying attention here. I don't like that on the VIX. So I'm literally closing my SPY puts because of that. I'm closing that at 71% profit. I actually don't even think that was 71% anymore. I closed at 69% profit. I still have my AMD puts. I'm going to sit on them for a minute. Really don't want to see that, but we did just witness that VIX and see the VIX, and it is in supply. So we could see a breakdown to this 18 level and then skyrocket Friday into the close. And it looks like it's about to break down now. So if you look at that and then type in VIX, you'll see this breakdown and then SPY breakout. And there's probably a descending resistance. Yep, sure there is. Of course there is. There you go. Market synchrony. Let me go ahead and clean up this a little bit so that we're not staring at a bunch of ugliness. It's still sitting here at the bear flag though. I mean, if it goes down there, that'll be a little annoying and shitty, but the VIX was just sitting too pretty. All right. Anyways, structure building. Do we have any structure here? There's, well, that's 1 hour. That's quite a bit of structure there. I really don't think we get there, but whatever. I close it anyways. Definitely QQQ. This could be inverse head and shoulders. That's an ugly one, but this is 30-minute demand with IWM. But you could see an IWM rally here. By the way, MSTR has rallied so far and created a bottom out of the zone that we were looking at. I drew this morning. Demand zone with ascending support band. There it is. Anyways, keep an eye on that. What else we got here? Let's look at Tesla and all the above. Yeah. If it closes here, it should also rally. We'd have to break this low in order for the market to get bearish and a gap down tomorrow. Not a good look on Tesla. Why is this showing that? That's not my demand zone. Oh, this is TSL. Oh, no wonder. Here we are. Oof. Oh my God. All right. I have a strong bias. Tesla bottoms here at 319. Yeah, I think this is probable for at least a counter trend rally. Counter trend rally to the 50 or 38. 50 would be 356. 38 would be 390. I don't know about 390, buddy. That's a little hopium, but this is the 61% retracement of this entire move. Yes, if you're talking about the swing trades, but they're like 70% closed. But I want to re-add if we can get under like 110, 111. Yeah, I think a base will be carved out here for at least counter trend rally. I don't think we just crash. I literally can't, like, I'm being shadow banned for posting too much. Like, they're reducing my reach. So I have to, like, not post as much anymore. I'm, like, going to try to post once every 2 hours, but I'm not doing so good. Today I posted almost every hour. Yeah. Last week I was getting almost 200,000 views a day. I'm literally shadow banned. AMD puts are finally in the profit, up 7%. All right, let's take a gander at the miners, and then I'm going to get off here. All right, so that's looking like an inverse head and shoulders on Mara, and it literally persevered through the market sell off. I think it's going to play out. I think Mara's going to Mara's going to rally. I think Mara is literally finally going to have its time. This is a head and shoulders, so if the market that's wild. I say that, and then I literally look, and it's a head and shoulders on the larger time frame. So just be mindful. Have a get out. You know, we shouldn't breach under 1480, guys. Let's do some risk management here. You should not go under 1480. Where did I get that at? Let's say under all of this. So under 12. Under 12, I think this inverse head and shoulders fails, and then it's a possibility that the head and shoulders plays out, which is very scary because that could send you back sub 10, which means the market's literally doing very bad, which would fit my actual crash thesis. It's just been being defied so far. Oh, wow. Well, isn't that annoying? It's probably going to go ahead and make a new low day after tricking me. Anyway, oh, I just closed something. Anyways, MSTR, I'm not a huge fan of the red daily candle close and closing or opening near the high and closing near the low. It is bouncing where it needs to and attempting to. As long as it stays above 90, you're safe. Under 90, I would get concerned, especially if the broader miners start looking bad too. Oh, look, SPY made a new low day without me. Okay. I guess not wants to melt. Okay. Anyways, Hut, a big head and shoulders, literally rallied out of my buy zone for a monstrous 43%. I think this is it right here. 120, below 120, I'm bearish. So I was 111, but I'm going to switch that to 120 just because of this. And you could probably do a trading channel over here to here, and it's probably even, no, okay, maybe not. All right. Nope, not there. Um, yeah, they're starting to do liquidity sweeps here on SPY. They'll break the low and then they'll literally just rally it back up. I think they're positioned along a little bit. Um, I mean, essentially, Hut broke through this first demand, so this is a short squeeze right here, and now they're in this supply zone right here. That's a lot of resistance. So time will tell. The idea is I had it as a buy right here, and it was bought. I ran out of my buy zone, getting rejected out of my supply zone. Gave this warning 2 days ago. You had time to trim your positions and be safe. If you did not, that's on you. We could reject here. It is literally supplies. I'm bearish under 46. Cypher up to highs, bearish below that high a day. Wolf, I'm not even going to cover it. Riot literally went sayonara. Just rocket. It's following my entire algorithm. So if that's the case, we should literally top like here and then start to pull back until the first week of August, which is kind of my thesis. I'm hoping to see a lot of blood in the streets until the first week of August, like the end of the first week of August, and then that's a buying opportunity. That's what I'm looking at as far as like a macro thesis, but everything has to follow it. CLSK came out of my buy zone and just keeps on trucking, up 30% from my buy zone. Actually, it's even conservative. It's like all the way down here at the purple line, 34%. It broke through this for a higher high. That doesn't look like it's pretty deep for a wave two. Let me see if it even respects that. It's 61%. Essentially, I'm bearish below 16. At the very least, these should have retracements, right? Is it a buyable bottom? I think so. I think all of these are buyable bottoms, unless something really happens in the market. But I'm looking at buyable bottoms. You know, this might be a 1-2. And if this is actually a wave 3, we're not stopping here. We're going to blast through this probably in the next 5 days. So we'll see how that plays out. Head and shoulders on hood. Look out below. Rejected supply. Like no problem. I had this posted. I need to update all my posts, but I'm literally shadow banned, so I'm scared to post updates. But I gave this warning. We've sold off. You know, we're down 20%. Coin. This has been a buyable bottom since 2024, but if it breaks below it, get out. Bitcoin went exactly where I said it would. I called this bottom from $200 from the bottom. This inverse head and shoulders played out. I really think it's possible. I would like to see this fill all the way down here, and then we get another inverse head and shoulders. But it's possible. This is like 6-day demand, which it's not a good thing if we break below that, because that's a look above and fell. But for the last 2 weeks, it's played exactly how I thought it would. Ethereum hit my supply zone, and now we're pulling back. I'm bearish below it. So even though miners and stuff has been rallying, I think, like, look at this. Bitcoin and Ethereum look like they're going to pull back. If they pull back, then they're going to pull back the miners. So I think that's what's going to happen. So we'll see. With that being said, guys, it was a pleasure. I hope you guys enjoyed your time. I think we took like 10 trades and we annihilated all of them. I do have the AMD puts. I was up 10%. I'm back down to 7%. I'm only holding them for a little bit. If it starts rallying into the close, I'm just going to close them. I'll take like a 12% loss, maybe 15% loss max. That would be like 10% of my profit for the day. So not a big of a deal. Be careful. Have fun. I'll stream tomorrow. Just remember, be careful. And then if you're red on the week or day, don't try to make the money back. Don't be aggressive. Don't lose more money. Don't be in 2026 contracts if you're swing trading. And be safe. All right, guys. See ya.